Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Minnesota.
This afternoon is game one of 162 for the Minnesota Twins. A fresh start to a fresh season, and Twins fans will get their first look at this year's team this afternoon here against the Kansas City Royals. We welcome you back to Target Field. I'm Marnie Gellner with the manager, Paul Molitor. Paul, there's such an excitement. There's a great vibe in the ballpark today. There's also optimism, and that is important. How are you feeling and seeing the optimism right now?
First of all, the ceremony today was pretty touching, I thought, emotional for a lot of people. But, the season, we can't wait to get started. After last year, everything that we endured, I'm a firm believer that going through that collectively is going to really help us this year. But we had a great camp. I think guys are optimistic. The confidence level is high. But now we got to go out and play.
And this team has a great young core. Your Buxton, Sano's, Keplers. How promising is the potential of players like that?
It's fun to think about. We'd like to see a lot of that talent start to creep upward. It's time for these guys to start stepping up and playing a little better. But I just think overall, we got a pretty good feeling about how we're catching it, how we're pitching it, how we're swinging it. Now we got to go out there and show we can win some games.
And finally for you, as with most teams, the season typically goes as the pitching goes. How do you feel and where do you feel the pitching will be improved?
I think I always tell people you can look a lot of ways why we lost 103 games, but pitching was a pretty big factor. We got to have our rotation step up, shape that bullpen. If we don't pitch better, we can't expect a lot of different results. It's going to have to start with that.
Paul, it's always a pleasure. Thank you and good luck.
Have a good season.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paul Molitor and the Twins will get started here shortly against the Kansas City Royals. But coming up next, Dick and Bert on that biggest area of need for improvement for the Twins, and that is in the pitching staff. That's coming up next.
Presented by Toyota. Tested, trusted Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. By CenturyLink, connecting you to the power of the digital world. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for the everyday competitor in all of us.
Very special, not only for me, for everybody, because everybody's exciting, everybody's hungry to play, everybody wants to win. And if we have a good first game, it set up the tone for the next day.
Ervin Santana will start his second straight opening day assignment for the Minnesota Twins. His mound opponent, the newly crowned ace of the Kansas City Royals, left-hander Danny Duffy. A great way to get the 2017 season started. And we welcome you up to the broadcast booth. One thing we were painfully reminded of during the offseason, and Paul Molitor touched on it just a few weeks ago, a bad season doesn't end in the season's last game. It didn't end for the Twins on October 2nd last year. The end of the season really begins with the start of the new season. And to that end, the Twins are hoping that the Twins pitching staff will be much better this year. And Bert Blyleven, I know that's the hope of whenever this turns around for the Twins, it'll be because of the pitching staff.
Yeah, Dick, thank you very much. You know what, folks, it all comes down to this little mound right here, 60 feet, 6 inches away from home plate. It's up to the Minnesota Twins to have a better year than they did last year. We're going to show you some numbers on their team ERA. Not very good, 5.08. That's the most in the American League. You want to improve on that. Opponent's batting average, very, very high. So what are they looking for in 2017? Consistency. Throwing the ball over the plate, throwing strikes, utilizing your defense. Try to keep the ball in the ballpark if you can. But it's all the big. It's Ervin Santana here this afternoon that hopefully will get the Twins on the right path. For Santana, look at his last 18 starts last year. Unbelievable. Since June 19th to the end of the year, he was 6-4, very good, 2.41 earned run average. So again, folks, it all starts on this little mound right here, and hopefully Ervin Santana can get the Twins on the right path. Dick, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Bert. And the Twins will hope to begin the process of distancing themselves from what happened last year with a successful opener here at Target Field. It's Ervin Santana against the Kansas City Royals, and we've got the first pitch coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Dream seasons, dream matchups, dream opportunities.
And if we can, going into next season, get together as a unit, hopefully we can bring a World Series to Minnesota.
We do it because so much in sports is imagining what you want things to be like. It's funny, isn't it? how the success of a baseball team can define and redefine place and time. It's never been too early to remember when Bert shared his dream, or that dream September Sunday versus the Royals. When Minnesota pushed to the postseason.
The Twins have a share of the American League West title.
Then, a month later, saw the dream made real.
To Gaetti, for the first time ever, the Minnesota Twins are the world champions.
30 seasons later, a new journey begins. The dream destination where 1987 ended. The beauty of today is that everyone is born again. Fresh starts, clean slates, lofty dreams, and resolute in their belief that favorites and underdogs, this is their year. So watch, not for the fact of what happens, but for the magic of what might. Watch for the wishing more than the knowing, the belief beyond the proof. Because 30 years ago started the same way. Opening day, game number 1.
A cool day here in the Twin Cities. Cloudy skies, but the forecast has dried out considerably. When we woke up this morning, they were talking about 55% chance of rain about game time, but it looks like we've got clear sailing for a while.
Yeah, the odds are good too. The Minnesota Twins and the Kansas City Royals. Great crowd here this afternoon, and hopefully the Twins will get on the right path and start this year off with a victory.
It's been a while since they've won on opening day. They have 8 straight opening day losses. And of course, last year the season started with a 9-game losing streak, and the season started in Baltimore. Just the second time that the Twins have opened a season at Target Field since they moved here.
And this is the first time that the Kansas City Royals will open up here in Minnesota against the Twins.
The last time that these two teams met was a memorable opening day. It started the 2002 season. The Twins had recovered, survived, if you will, the contraction threat in the offseason. And John Jones started that game with a home run into the fountains in left center field. That was the last time these two teams have opened the season together. For Max Kepler, his first opening day in a Twins uniform, and so many of these Twins players, you see the Kansas City dugout, their players of course hoping to bounce back after a 500 season last year. Ervin Santana last year made his first opening day start for the Twins, and the forecast in Baltimore wasn't very promising either, and you may remember somebody mishandled the whole situation. We got 2 innings in. Santana was done after that. We had a long rain delay. The Twins lost in extra innings, and it was just kind of I guess as it turned out, an omen for what would follow. But here we are. The Twins take the field for the start of a new season. This talented young outfield, Kepler in right, Buxton in center, Rosario in left, hit the field here. And Ervin Santana, who was very, very good for the Twins in a lost season last year, will hope to get this season started on the right foot.
Well, you know what, Ervin Santana kind of struggled at the beginning. Boy, did he pick it up over his last 18 starts. But what you're seeing here, of course, Brian Dozier's 42 home runs last year. What you're seeing is some young kids that had some experience last year. All of them worked hard, as Paul Molitor said. New catcher behind the plate, and Jason Castro. And take a look at Kansas City Royals. There's Ned Yost.
It was a disappointing year for the Royals in the one-loss column. They had a lot of injuries to deal with to some key players. And the Menards line up for the Kansas City Royals. Alex Gordon in the leadoff spot, then Mike Moustakas, Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Salvador Perez. New to the Royals, slugger Brandon Moss, Paulo Orlando in right, Alcides Escobar, their shortstop, and Raul Mondesi Jr. figures to anchor a middle infield spot for the Royals for years to come. And
Well, Ervin Santana, this is his 13th year in the big leagues. First came up with the Angels back in 2005. His 3rd season with the Twins, his 2nd career opening day start.
Northland Ford defense, and it should be a fun outfit to watch in the outfield, and the infield might be a bit of a work in progress. Rosario, Buxton, and Kepler in the outfield, brought to you by Northland Ford. Sano starting this year at third base. Last year, of course, he was in right field. Polanco making his first start of a season at shortstop. Dozier and Mauer on the right side, and as you mentioned, a new catcher in Jason Castro.
One thing Santana does, he has excellent control over his career. He changes speeds well, all 4 pitches, 4-seam, 2-seam fastball, slider, and a very good changeup.
Alex Gordon takes down an in ball 1.
Santana, 34 years old.
Missing inside, 2-0. Santana last year won just 7 games, lost 11, but had a very good ERA of 3.38. Driven to right, Kepler over a few steps, puts it away, 1 down. Don't want to fall behind 2-0 to an accomplished hitter like Gordon, but 1 away. Today's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. And as Paul Molitor suggested, there were a lot of things that went wrong last year in losing 103 ball games. The pitching, but also the defense. 126 errors. And you can see how big of a gap there was between the Angels and the Athletics with 97 errors.
All comes down to good pitching, and what makes good pitching? Good defense. So hopefully the Twins can clean that up.
Now Buxton will have a chance. 2 down. And that'll bring up Lorenzo Cain.
You know, we just saw Gordon, we saw Moustakas, 2 guys that the Royals really missed last year a lot. And then you take a look at Cain right here. He and the guy on deck, Hosmer, kind of the salt and pepper, I guess, for the Kansas City Royals. They just kind of keep it all together.
As it turned out, both Gordon and Moustakas were lost for a big part of the season on 1 play, their collision that put them both on the shelf for a while. Here is Cain, and there is strike 1. And off the plate.
Santana, once a Kansas City Royal back in 2013, where he pitched 211 innings for him that year, won 9 ball games. Very good, 3.24 ERA for the Royals.
A few years ago, it came down to the Twins or the Royals. The Royals were interested in bringing Santana back, and the Twins frankly outbid the Royals, and Santana came north, beginning his 3rd year in a Twins uniform. Called strike on a breaking ball, and it's 2-2.
Very, very good slider for Santana. That one left up a little bit, but does a great job of changing speeds. This guy knows how to
pitch. Just off the plate, 3-2. And Hosmer on deck.
Well, veteran Jerry Davis behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Boy, just outside. Tough pitch to lay off.
And a fastball missing low. And that's, I think, ball 4, isn't it? No, just 3-2. I beg your pardon. I thought that was ball 4.
I think Cain.
Yeah. And that pitch just a little bit low. Santana got ahead of Cain 1 and 2, and then threw 3 off the plate. So Cain takes first base with a walk, and that'll bring up Hosmer. Hosmer, key guy for the United States in their WBC win, of course, playing first base. Tonight's Kansas City starter, Danny Duffy, also member of the WBC team. There's a pitch off the plate, ball 1. He's missing, not by much, but he is missing.
Well, and that's what you want to do. You want to see what that home plate umpire will give you, what he won't give you. But you know, he's a guy, Santana, a guy that has to live on the corners. You leave it out over the plate, Hosmer can hurt you.
Popped up down the left field line. That's hanging in the air for Rosario. Each outfielder with a put out and a good, clean first inning for Ervin Santana. Hoping for a clean, fresh start in his third year. 2 years ago, some thought the Twins overachieved in winning 83 games. I think everyone would assume or conclude that they underachieved last year. The Menards batting order for the Twins. Brian Dozier back in the leadoff spot. Robbie Grossman, the designated hitter, hitting second. Then Byron Buxton hitting third. Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Jason Castro, Jorge Polanco, Max Kepler, and Eddie Rosario.
And making his first career opening day start as left-handed pitcher, 28-year-old Danny Duffy. He finished the season in a rotation and did a great job. He is now the ace. Leonardo Ventura passing away over the winter.
Strike one to Brian Dozier. Brian with 42 home runs last year and 11 of them against Kansas City pitching. And he swings late on a Duffy fastball, and it quickly goes to 0-2.
Yeah, Duffy likes his fastball. They say that why he was 12-3 last year, he mixed in a very good changeup along with a hard breaking ball.
2 strikes to Dozier. Perez sitting off the plate, and the ball tapped back to the mound. And Duffy to Hosmer. Dozier retired 1-1. Northland Ford defense for the Royals, and some of the names have changed, but they expect to be very good out there again. Alex Gordon, the Gold Glove winner in left, Kane in center, Paulo Orlando in right. Mustakas Escobar really good on the left side of the infield. Mondesi, they say, can pick it. Hosmer very good. But the guy, to me, that makes this Kansas City lineup go, and one of the reasons they've had such success over the last few years is the guy behind the plate, Salvador Perez. Duffy delivers high to Robbie Grossman. Grossman 6 for 11 in matchups against Danny Duffy over the years. And a strike taken.
Yeah, Twins have not really had a lot of success against Duffy. In 12 starts, he's 5-1 with a 2.57 ERA against the Twins. 16 appearances overall. Made 3 starts last year. Made an early April relief appearance. That's when he was in the bullpen. He had some elbow issues in 2015. So Ned Yost started him in the bullpen, and when they put him in the rotation, he was lights out.
Off-speed pitch over for a strike, 1-2. Yeah, they say that last year his stint in the bullpen really helped transform him into what they feel is going to be an ace of their staff now for many years.
Well, I think what they were talking about is that in the bullpen it was 1 or 2 innings, so he was all out effort. And you can see by his reaction right there, he's all out effort here. He kind of took that mental part of attacking into 6-7 good innings on a consistent basis.
Dave Island, the pitching coach. Of course, a year ago, it was Yordano Ventura who was the opening day starter for the Royals. Ventura tragically killed in a car accident in the offseason. 2 down. Here's Byron Buxton. Inside, ball 1. We all thought that Buxton, as he seemed to find something that clicked last year in September, hitting 9th in the batting order, would eventually gravitate toward being the leadoff hitter, but instead he's hitting 3rd in the lineup. So we're going to miss 1-1.
There's a good changeup right there at 83 miles an hour, 84. So with that 93, 94 mile an hour fastball, taking about 10 miles an hour off, reads that big swing by Buxton.
1-1. Miss, and we'll see a lot of those with Duffy on the mound. He is a strikeout pitcher, particularly tough against left-handed batters.
Well, Duffy last year 188 strikeouts in 180 innings pitched. Only 42 walks.
1-2 to Buxton. Fastball just low. It looked like Duffy thought he'd clipped the lower region of the strike zone.
Making sure what the count is. It's 2-2. Almost the same pitch that Santana threw to Kane.
Breaking ball gets Buxton, and Duffy has a clean 1-2-3 first inning with a couple of strikeouts.
Back at Target Field. Today, Paul Molitor unveiled a unique lineup here for opening day, and as part of our Car Soup scoop from the clubhouse, we let you know why. Molitor said that he knows having 4 lefties in the lineup against Duffy is not aesthetically the best thing, but he said he wanted to go with his best defense with Ervin Santana pitching and spread those lefties out. He also said we have a lot of young players on our team that have big jobs in the lineup. He said it's not going to be smooth sailing all the time, but Molitor said he's starting to get a better feel of where those guys are best suited. And a report on Alberto Mejia is that he had a good start yesterday in Fort Myers, gave up a run, threw strikes, and had a good day. And in Paul Molitor's words, he is ready to go, and we'll see Mejia coming up here shortly for the Twins, but he got that final wrap-up start in Fort Myers. Dick and Bert.
Thank you, Marty. Pitch fouled back, 2 strikes now to Salvador Perez. Mejia figures to start Saturday in Chicago. And I'm really anxious to see how the young man does. He's got a great mentor in Irvin Santana. Now, Mejia's left-handed, Santana's right-handed, but you know, the value of someone like Santana with a young, impressionable pitcher like Mejia, I think, is really going to be beneficial to the youngster.
One thing about Santana, too, he's a guy that will mentor young kids. He's a good ace for this ball club.
1-2 to Perez. Hitting 5th for the Royals, and Brandon Moss and Paulo Orlando. And now 2-2.
Tried the slider right there. Perez didn't chase it.
Brandon Moss, one of the new Royal players on deck. And Perez asks for time. Talked about the WBC, and the Royals got a scare. Of all people, Drew Butera, playing for the Italian team, slid into Perez and tweaked a knee, and it looked like potentially serious injury. Thankfully, it was not.
Yeah, I talked to Drew yesterday. I was out here for the press conference for the Twins, and I saw Drew, and as the Royals worked out after the Twins did it. I said, "What are you doing? Trying to get the head job here?" Or he said, "Nah, he's okay. He's okay. I couldn't hurt him."
It was 0-2. Now it's 3-2. And ball grounded sharply past Sano and into left field. So Perez fell behind, and then Santana worked the count full. And the first hit of the game goes to the Kansas City catcher. Brandon Moss will bat, but first, our Sanford Health injury report. Ryan O'Rourke put on the 10-day disabled list. Trevor May lost for the season with Tommy John surgery, and Glenn Perkins put on the 60-day disabled list. And I'm going to implement a fine system for me and you and anybody else that might be working games every time someone mentions the 15-day disabled list, because it's a ghost. It doesn't exist anymore.
So what, you're spending my money again?
Somebody has to.
That's true.
Strike 1 to Brandon Moss.
Brandon Moss, Kenley Morales now with the Toronto Blue Jays opened the door for the Royals to look for a new designated hitter. And it's Brandon Moss. Moss last year with the Oakland A's signed a 2-year deal with the Kansas City Royals.
Royals feel that they'll have a little more pop in their lineup. Not so much. Well, Moss might hit more home runs than Morales would. Swing and a miss.
Change up there.
That's 1 and 2. But 1 through 9, the Royals think they've got a little more pop in their lineup. One of the reasons they only won 81 games is they had a hard time scoring runs last year. Santana ahead again, 1 and 2. Blocked nicely by Castro, keeping Perez at first base, and now it's 2 and 2.
Yeah, Perez not a base stealer, but what Castro does right there, able to knock that ball down. You see where that ball lands in front of home plate, utilizing his body to keep the ball around home plate.
On the ground, hit right to the shortstop, Polanco, and it's a double play. Taylor Bain.
And again, pitcher's best friend, the old 6-4-3 double play. So a nice play by Polanco. You see how he gets down. Make sure you get a good flip to Dozier. Now it's up to Brian Dozier to complete the double play. Nicely turned.
It's nice to see the first ground ball hit right at Polanco. He's trying to establish himself as a major league shortstop. Didn't play the position much last year. And now a strike on the outside corner to Paulo Orlando. Eventually, the Royals hope to have Jorge Soler in their outfield. Soler out with an oblique injury. He was out on the field here this morning taking fly balls in left field. Here's a ground ball to third. Sano scoops, sets, and fires. A leadoff single for Perez, but Santana faces just 3 men in the inning, and Joe Mauer will lead off the bottom of the second. On Fox Sports North is presented by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. Bottom of the second, Joe Mauer hitting cleanup and leading off the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Mauer, Sano, and Castro. And the first pitch outside, ball 1.
Boy, nice to be back again, isn't it?
It is.
Great
It was
crowd.
a long off season. It really was. And most of that due, I think, to how the last season went. 103 losses, way too many losses. Mauer takes up 2-0. Duffy, very, very tough against left-handers. Last year, lefties hit just 183 against him. Paul Molitor said if this was an opening day, the lineup might look a little bit different. But it is opening day, and so Paul wanted to go with his more established players for the most part. Remembering that the Twins have just 3 bench players with 13 pitchers. So the bench players, Escobar, Jimenez, and Santana. Santana's really struggled against Danny Duffy.
Joe's had some success against Duffy. 5 hits and 18 at-bats.
2-1. To the left field corner, and guess who's waiting for it? And Alex Gordon makes a foul ball catch. 1 away. Gordon's caught so many of those fly balls, semi-line drives that Joe's hit over the years. Kind of expected the first ball hit in that direction. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by State Farm. 1 away, and now Miguel Sano.
Well, you got Gordon out there, 4-time Gold Glove winner. Of course, they shade Joe down that left field line. He made a nice running catch right against that short railing down in left field. Good concentration by Gordon.
Here is Sano. And off the plate, ball 1. Sano last year actually struggled more against lefties than righties. Right off the end of the bat, a spinner over towards the Twins dugout.
Good changeup right there after a 94-mile-an-hour fastball pulled the string, and Sano a little out front.
Sano didn't do that well against right-handers, but oddly he struggled more against lefties. 1-1 from Duffy to Sano. low. Duffy pawing at the dirt around the mound.
Duffy did give up 27 home runs last year.
And now 3-1. So no, last year 178 strikeouts against just 54 walks. We'll see whether he can show some patience here if it's a strike or swing at it, but the Twins would like to see his walk numbers spike up this year.
I'd like to see a home run right here. 25 last year, just got underneath that.
Boy, did he ever.
Wow.
Mondesi stayed with it. 2 away. And now for our opening day True Green home turf and the dimensions. A look at target field dimensions unchanged from a year ago. 404 to straightaway center. Of course, the deepest part of the park is a little bit to the left of straightaway center, where it goes to 411 out in the bullpen area. To 339 down the line to left, 328 to right, and the wind blowing in from left field here today. 5 up, 5 down, and here's Jason Castro, first at bat as a Twin. Slash down the line for a base hit. Gordon will cut it off, and Castro will hold up with a single. A tremendous play by Alex Gordon. Sometimes the best fielding plays in a game are where no out is recorded, and that might be one of them right there. He got to that ball, backhanded it, and kept Castro from an extra base hit.
And Royals have very good defense. They got Gold Gloves all around that field, and here's again a 4-time Gold Glove winner. Gordon hustling over there, backhanding it, and then utilizing that wall, it looked like, to kind of balance himself right there and then get it back in quickly to keep Castro. But Castro getting the first Twins hit this year.
And now Jorge Polanco will bat. With Castro not in scoring position. Down and in, ball 1. Twins just 4 wins against 15 losses against the Royals last year. Inside 2-0.
Polanco, a switch hitter, hit .309 last year against left-handers, .271 against right-handers.
Strike call, 2-1.
Duffy took he was going to go to arbitration with the Royals. They ended up settling out of arbitration. Then about a couple of weeks later, he signed a 5-year contract with the Royals back in January.
Polanco takes inside, 3-1 with Kepler on deck.
And that's what baseball wants to do, secure pitchers like Duffy to long-term contracts, and that's really a long-term contract for a pitcher, 5 years. Takes him through 2021.
Three and 1 to the Twins shortstop. Ball 4, and Castro will end up in scoring position anyway. So the walk with 2 outs negates Gordon's great play in the corner. First and second, 2 down for Max Kepler. Kepler had his issues against left-handers last year, hit just .203 against lefties. But nevertheless, very promising start to his major league career.
A very solid first year just to get his feet wet. Twins are looking for those numbers to even improve this year.
And he's got a chance to have a damaging first at bat with runners at first and second and 2 away. Paul Molitor was asked a lot about his lineup. Marnie talked about that in his explanation. I asked specifically about Castro batting 6. I don't know that he'll be hitting 6 too often for the Twins, but with all the left-handers going, Paul wanted the least experienced guys, Kepler and Rosario, hitting at the bottom. And now Kepler checks his swing, but not in time. It's 1-1.
Pat Holberg, the third base umpire, saying that Kepler went. Hard breaking ball down and away.
Yep, I think he went. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Kepler trying to find that right swing. He had a tough time in spring training finding that swing.
Tough assignment here today, opening day against Duffy. Just off the plate, and again Duffy with a step or two towards his dugout when he hit the corner.
A fastball away. You see where Perez was sitting up off the plate.
Two and 2. Kepler stays alive, spinning a foul to the screen. Castro at second, and Polanco at first. Swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Duffy, this time stranding 2 runners on. We are scoreless going to the third. Derek Falvey will join us in the third. Very happy to have the chief baseball officer of the Minnesota Twins, Derek Falvey, with us. This is an exciting time for everybody, fans, and I would imagine new executives as well.
For opening day for everybody in baseball, this is a special moment. So I'm happy to be here today. It's exciting to get started.
I want to know where your cap is. It's caps on day. I'm wearing my cap. Where's your cap?
I'm all knotted up, so I have the suit on, so I'm short of a cap today.
Alcides Escobar will lead things off. Well, Derek, let's talk a little bit about the decisions that were made coming out of spring training. First, the decision to go with 13 pitchers and the repercussions of the roster and how it looks because of that. Pop up near the mound.
It's a great sound right there, isn't it?
Sickening.
You being a former pitcher, that's a great sound, Derek.
It is. I didn't get many of those, though. Broke the bats. As we talk about the roster, we thought it made some sense to talk a little bit about our pitching staff. With opening up in cold weather, going through a few cold weather cities, the realities you guys know early on in the season with delays and otherwise, we felt it was the best alignment of our roster now, and we'll make adjustments as necessary as we go forward.
13 pitchers, and you're counting on this guy to give the Twins a really good chance and pitch a lot of innings again this year. But the decision to go with 13 pitchers, is that ultimately would cost Byung-Ho Park a spot on the roster, when a lot of people looked at the numbers in spring training and thought, well, he's found something, and the ball up to the right side. Dozier from glove to glove, 2 down.
Nice play by Brian Dozier.
Mondesi, an outstanding bunter and a very fast runner, but Dozier made a fine play, 2 down.
You know, so many scouting reports now. Brian Dozier wasn't playing a deep second base, so he was maybe anticipating that. Came in a little shovel pass very quickly to Joe Mauer. You see the reaction right there by Brian. Butted a little bit on the hard side, but still a great play by Dozier.
But to get back to the roster and your question, Dick, I think is when you make the decision to go with 13 pitchers, you're shorting yourself one on the bench, and that's just a decision we'll make now. We want Byung-Ho and J.R. Murphy and others who made that last cut to go down and perform, because we're going to need more than 25.
I know you guys were down at spring training from day one. What have you learned? I mean, you have spent all those years with the Cleveland Indians under some great people above you. You know, Terry Francona, great baseball man. What have you learned, you and Thad, to put this club together? I know it's going to take time.
Sure. What I've learned, and as you just talked about, Bert, guys like Mark Shapiro, Chris Antonetti, Terry Francona, they taught me a lot about the value in the clubhouse culture and the merging of some of the advanced metrics that we have, but also with the tried and true opinions of longtime baseball men. My goal is to find an opportunity to bridge those two together and for us to make the best decisions possible moving forward.
I like what you guys did. You brought back Michael Kadire, Torrey Hunter, you know, LaTroy Hawkins, who's going to be on our show here in the next couple innings, but so much baseball knowledge that they get to share with the players today, because they just played, you know, LaTroy just retired, Torrey just retired, Kadire for a couple years, but these guys know them. They know the type of players they were.
No question, and those guys have been immensely helpful this offseason as we sought to bring in some leadership players, some guys that we think help impact our clubhouse. You know, guys like Matt Belisle and Chris Jimenez and Craig Breslow, guys who've been around winning environments, who can help some of our young players continue to grow and develop into the ultimate big leaguers we want them to be.
I know Matt Belisle, just talking to him in spring training, had an opportunity to suit up for about 5 days, and talking to him, my goodness, he wants to pick the brain of everybody that he faces or sees. And I know he was talking to Andy Granato, Rick Aguilera about the split finger, and all of a sudden now that's part of his pitching. He picked it up right away.
I think one of the things that's so unique about Matt is even at this stage of his career, he's still trying to find ways to grow and develop. And
he never quit learning.
That's what we want to instill in every one of our players.
Can Buxton get this ball? Backhanded, a great catch in the gap. Byron Buxton with a great jump. And a tremendous catch to end the 3rd inning. Presented by Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. By Grand Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Eddie Rosario predictably went after the first pitch, lifted it foul out of play, strike one as we begin play here in the bottom of the third. Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven, joined by the chief baseball officer for the Minnesota Twins, Derek Falvey. Rosario, a key player and a player who I think benefited from the WBC. What are your thoughts about that and how, after the fact now, how disruptive it was to what you tried to get done in spring training, if at all?
You know, I think in Eddie's case, he got a chance to go play in a meaningful environment. Bert, you've seen the games and the quality of it as pitching coach with Team Netherlands, and you see the quality of the competition that you get in March, and I think you can't replicate that in spring training. So in Eddie's case, I thought it was a real positive. We tried to do what we could with the other players around our environment to make sure that they assimilated back as well as we could.
Rosario with a bounder up the middle and under the glove of Mondesi. Rosario's aboard with a leadoff single.
You know, Derek, one thing we saw, a couple nice defensive plays. Brian Dozier coming in off the bat of the bunt, and then right here, Buxton, you can see where he's playing, and you talked about, you know, Jeff Pickler maybe having these outfielders play a little more in a little bit because of their comfort zone. Buxton made a great catch.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example, Bert. You talked about the blend. Jeff Pickler is using some information to help us align our outfielders. You have someone like Torrey Hunter through the course of spring training helping Byron to get familiar with maybe where he can stretch himself as a center fielder. So that blend of the information and the metrics that we can use with a guy like Torrey's expertise and history has been incredibly helpful for Byron.
I think you also have to know the player is, can he go back as good as he can come in?
Exactly, and I think there are some players who we're still figuring that out. We want to stretch their capabilities in that way. So through the course of spring training in the early mornings when no one was watching, that was the type of work that Byron was doing with both Torrey and Pick.
I'm sure that when they get a chance to revisit Buxton's catch, Torrey will say, man, that's on natural grass. That's easy. I had to do it on artificial turf.
He may give you that. You can ask him here.
Hey, Brian Dozier's the leadoff man again, and Brian, of course, was in the middle of a lot of trade discussions. It's nice having a hitter, a veteran hitter like Brian in your lineup, and a guy who's probably an underrated defender as well.
Yeah, I think Brian's somebody who I knew from a distance, having been on the other side of the line in the AL Central for the last number of years, is a really tough out, and someone who I've come to learn is also an impact guy with our group. You know, a good leader, goes about his work in an exceptional way, great teammate, high character guy. So we're excited to have him here as part of this group.
Yeah, the guy that has a lot of drive, and also you're talking about that clubhouse presence, which is just as important as what you do.
Rosario takes off on a pop-up short right field. Rosario's got to hustle back towards first, and Orlando with a catch with Mondesi right nearby, 1-away.
You know, I want to talk a little bit. You were a pitcher. You at Trinity College out of Hartford, Connecticut.
That's right.
What kind of pitcher were you?
A pitch to contact who gave up a lot of loud contact type of pitcher.
Now, how many years did you pitch?
I was at pitch through college.
But you know the importance of going out and being consistent as a starting staff, and that's one thing that, you know, it hurt the Twins last year, the inconsistency of the starting staff. That's why I look at this year. I think we're going to have a good year. Gibson had a great spring. Phil Hughes is going to be a question mark, but Mejia, it looks good.
Yeah.
He throws good, and then of course you got Hector Santiago. He's a finesse attack type pitcher.
I think our staff, admittedly last year, they'd be the first to tell you that they didn't pitch up to the standards that they've set for themselves. And I think we're going to see, you talked about Kyle Gibson's improvement this spring. We're really excited to see how that plays out moving forward. I think we have some other pitchers on the staff, both in the bullpen and the rotation, that are here now that will help us, and guys we think are coming along the way. So we're excited to take on that challenge this year.
Robbie Grossman, the batter, with Rosario at first and one out. Another flip to first.
Well, baseball, you know what? Last year was last year. This is a new year. This is a new feeling. This is a new way to get over that hump that was a negative last year. This hopefully will be a positive.
I agree. Bert, as you know, when you can turn the page and start a new year and have opening day like you can today, it's a fresh feeling for everybody in that clubhouse. And so they're excited to get on and compete starting today.
Away 1-0 to Grossman, who went down swinging his first time up. Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven, joined by Derek Falvey, talking about his first opening day as a member of the Minnesota Twins front office. You see Buxton in the on-deck circle. Twins trying to do something with Rosario's leadoff single.
You came from an organization, Cleveland. Good changeup right there by Duffy. You came from Cleveland that has an outstanding minor league system. That these young kids like Lindor, you know, they keep coming up through the system. I know that you were, you know, working with the big leagues, but you're also looking at the minor league level to improve that.
Sure, and what we're focused on here is creating a development environment that's aligned from the major leagues all the way down to when we bring a player in from the draft. So when we talk with our 18-year-old players, we're going to set goals, build plans, and partner with them on that plan moving forward. And so I'm excited to see what we can do through the course of this year with the players we have, but also invest meaningfully in our scouting and development areas across the board to build the next generation of Twins that we need here in Minnesota.
Twins have the #1 pick in the draft this year.
We do, and that's something that Sean Johnson and his staff, his amateur scouting staff, are spending a great deal of time narrowing in on. We also have 2 picks at the back end of the 30s, so we have an opportunity this June in the amateur draft to really add some talent that we will hope to be a part of the Twins' future.
Grossman laid on another fastball. He struck out twice against Duffy. 2 down now, and Buxton will bat.
That's strikeout number 4 for Danny Duffy.
Buxton went down swinging his first time up.
You know, I've said before, Derek, you know, in 1982, the Twins, I believe, lost 102 ball games, but they let Herbeck and Gaetti and Bernansky and Laudner and Viola go through that stage of trying to find what type of player they are. And I think we saw a little bit of that last year, and we're hoping that they would take a step in the right direction this year to get to where 5 years later they brought a World Series team here.
No question. I think we all hope that a player gets to the major leagues and their career is perfectly linear, that they get there and they're established right away. And I think the reality is that, as you know well, that there's a challenge. There's a period of time, an acclimation period at the major league level, and how those young players respond to adversity will determine our success moving forward. So I'm excited to see those same players you're talking about take that next step forward this season.
I love what Buxton's mother said when she looked at the videos of him, and she said, "You're not smiling, you're not having fun." And then in September he did great, and maybe it's something that she said, maybe it's starting to click. But you face a tough pitcher like Duffy, it's tough to try to make good contact.
No question. I think Byron's somebody during the course of this winter's caravan. He talked about that experience, going through the ups and downs and maybe the pressure he put on himself early. When he's smiling and having fun, we're going to see the best of Byron Buxton. I'm looking forward to that.
He's got a piece to stay alive. And Buxton last year in September, 9 home runs. I don't think anyone ever expected that, but we saw more smiles, both from him and his manager after the numbers he put up in September.
There's no question a guy like Byron has the ability to do a lot of things on the field. He can run, he can steal a base, he can hit for power.
He's a 5-tool player.
He's got everything.
He'll fight his way out of an 0-2 hole here with a runner at first and 2 down.
A couple changeups, a fastball fouled off. And Duffy thrown over to first, keeping Rosario there.
Rosario started the inning with a base hit, but since then a fly ball to right and a strikeout.
Patience is tough, isn't it, at this level? This is the best of the best.
It certainly is. These guys go out and compete.
A high pop-up down the left field line, and Gordon crossing the line, and Moustakas can't make the catch. And I'm sure both players were thinking about the play last year where they collided at a similar spot in the field, And both players were seriously hurt. Moustakas more than Gordon, but that's almost the same play that took both players away from the Royals last year.
High fly ball right there. You see Gordon has to come a long way for this, and I don't think he could have gotten there as Moustakas. You see Gordon not saying anything, right off the tip of the glove. Moustakas also had to go a long way for that foul ball.
Buxton has an extra swing. Still 2 strikes. Another flip to first. Expect the Twins to do much running. This is kind of a tough situation with a left-hander on the mound, but Rosario should be capable of stealing some bases, don't you think?
Certainly has the tools for it. I think Duffy, the left-hander on the mound, is a pretty good pickup move. I think it may be a bit tough in this situation, but we'll pick our spots.
Foul back. And Buxton hanging tough at 0-2.
You and Thad put together, it seems like you guys are a great pair right now. You guys seem to get along so well.
Yeah, I think when you don't work with somebody, but you know them from a distance, you build a friendship. And once you start to work with them every day, different things come up and your relationship evolves. And I couldn't be happier. I'm lucky to have him here.
Fly ball center field should be an easy play for Kane. Derek, excited to start the season, and let's have a lot of fun this year.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All
Appreciate
right.
it. Thank you. Thank you.
No score through 3 here at Target Field.
Ball. Nice pitching by LaTroy Hawkins. He gets them 1, 2, 3.
Driven to right field. Gone! A home run for Torrey Hunter. Back to the fence. What a catch by Torrey Hunter. Well, we're very happy to have both LaTroy Hawkins and Torrey Hunter as part of the Twins broadcast team. We're going to break you in with an inning's worth of work here today.
I'm looking forward to it. Especially with you 2 veterans.
Mike Moustakas leading off the 4th and an off-speed pitch over for a strike. Well, LaTroy, you just had a tremendous career, and let's talk a little bit about the adjustment you've had to make after all the spring trainings with a variety of different clubs, and now not having to play baseball or not getting a chance to play it anymore. How's the adjustment going?
Well, it's a lot less stressful because when you walk in,
wait till you get up here.
You don't have to worry about trying to make a ball club. But it was just a great experience going in there and helping out some of the guys, and particularly the young guys in our minor league system. So just getting adjusted to doing that and trying to make an impact somewhere else as opposed to the way I did it when I played.
Well, you played what, 21 years, LaTroy. Did you see this coming as you retired, that you wanted to stay around the game?
Oh, definitely I wanted to stay in baseball. Didn't know what capacity at that time, but I just knew I wanted to be around it. And this past off season, I had a couple opportunities to go to a few different places, and
I know Thad was over with Texas, and you were talking about with the Rangers.
I was very close to doing the same thing with the Rangers, and Thad told me to hold off a little bit, and I did. And once this opportunity presented itself, I couldn't say no. It was an opportunity for me to come home.
You were yeah, that's right. You were drafted by the Twins. You came up as a Twin.
Deep to right field. Kepler back, hoping for a bounce, but it's gone. And Moustakas, it's a home run to start the scoring, 1-0. A towering fly ball that kept on carrying. And Moustakas, it's a home run to put the Royals up 1-0.
Well, you know what? Moustakas played in only 27 games last year. He had some injuries that put him on a disabled list. Fractured left thumb, tore his right ACL. Looked like an off-speed pitch right there, but Moustakas jumped all over it.
Pitch on the outer half of the plate,
Was
but
it a fastball?
He hooked
it. Looked like a fastball?
Yeah, it was a fastball. He just left it out over the plate right at, you know, right where his swing plane is, and he was able to put some good wood on it.
Those darn fastballs right over the heart of the plate.
And this happened to be the best pitch in baseball.
For a hitter, yes.
Kane with 1 strike after a Tapper foul. And now a called strike. LaTroy, we had Derek Falvey here, and he and Thad Levine have brought you back, Lori and Michael Goodire, but it's far from any ceremonial thing. I mean, right away they put you guys to work to come up with this list of players you thought might fit in well here.
Well, yeah, they, you know, just the whole free agency thing, and that's part of our job to help make some of those type of decisions. And you know, they gave us a list, and we picked out who we thought would be a perfect fit for our clubhouse and our team at this particular time in their career. And you know, we came up with a few guys, and you know, some we signed and some we didn't.
1 down, and now Hosmer will bat.
How long did you stay in spring training? I know you were there a couple stints.
Well, I was there from the 12th of February to the 28th. I left and went home, and I was supposed to come back on March the 16th for another 2 weeks, but my mom got sick and I wasn't able to come back until the beginning of last week.
And your mother's doing better?
She's slowly. It's going to be a long process, but you know what? She's a strong young lady, and she should make a full recovery.
Best to her.
As you think back to your playing career with the Twins, what stands out the most?
I think just the 02 team, the 03 team, and you know, and being able to play for one of the best managers in the game early in my career, in Tom Kelly. You know, just all the things that he instilled in us as a young team, and laying a foundation for me. It lasted me my whole career, and you know, it sticks with me to this day.
You guys had great chemistry too, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a pretty good culture in our clubhouse, and I think just because all the guys that we had, we were homegrown. We knew each other's families. We knew each other's kids. You know, we're godparents to, you know, our teammates. We went to everybody's wedding. Our wives know each other. So, you know, it was more like a real family for us. And I think that transcended on the field as well.
You know, fans here have been preached patience for a long time, but yet in you 3 guys, all 3 of you are examples of patience paying off. Torrey went back and forth from the major leagues to the minor leagues a lot. And then you know, had some struggles as a starter, but found your niche as a relief pitcher. Michael was moved all over the field pretty much until he found a home in right field. Sometimes, most times, it just takes time, doesn't it?
It takes time, especially when you're dealing with young men, and just finding your comfort zone in the big leagues. You know, I tell kids now when I speak to them, especially the minor league guys, I said, my first 4 years in the big league starting, I had 99 career starts. I was so consumed at figuring out the hitters that I didn't know who I was as a pitcher. I didn't know myself. So once I, you know, took a step back and learned what LaTroy Hawkins does best, that's when I was able to excel. And then I can turn my focus onto how to attack hitters.
3-2 now to Eric Hosmer.
Now, are you going to get a chance, LaTroy, to go down to some of the minor leagues?
Yes, that's part of some of the things that I'm going to do. I'm going to go to each affiliate twice, and just work with the pitchers. You know, just, you know, sometimes they're not, you know, what their pitching coach is stressing to them. You know, some guys, you know, they just don't receive it well. So I'll be a different voice, but with the same message.
And you'll be working up here in the booth. When's your first game? You know offhand?
I think I know my first series is against Colorado, May 16th, Colorado. You know, and it's one of those series where it's one of those many teams that I played with.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So I'm pretty familiar with those guys.
Well, you played with about what? How many teams?
11 teams.
11 different teams. My goodness, you could do every series.
I doubled back to the Rockies.
Did you play for Kansas City?
No, I made it my business. I made it my business not to play for another American League Central team.
Yeah, you need to talk with Jesse Crane about that. Jesse finished with the White Sox of all people. Salvador Perez, the batter. Well, it's just a coincidence that your first games as a broadcaster will be in the middle of the second month of the year where it's warmer.
Well, you know, I actually put in for a couple series in the month of April.
Okay.
They wasn't, you know, they didn't get accepted. So that's fine. That's fine. I got a pretty busy April.
Hey, you want to do tomorrow, or it's an off day? You could be here tomorrow. That's April. Thanks, Huck.
The Royals lead at 1-0 on a Moustakas home run. Santana got the next three batters after the home run, and now the Twins will send up the middle of their lineup: Mauer, Sano, and Castro against Danny Duffy.
Well, Duffy, 49 pitches, 32 strikes. He has 4 strikeouts, 1 walk so far.
Mauer with a foul out to left fielder Alex Gordon his first time up. And ball 1. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about last year because it was such a dreadful year. But everyone knows the team started by losing 9 games. The biggest culprit was not poor pitching. In fact, in retrospect, there's a ball lined to center, and Kane coming in and makes a nice running catch, 1 away. The biggest issue was run scoring. In the 9 games, the Twins scored a total of 14 runs. And in fact, during that week and a half without a win, the pitching staff was probably, it was the best stretch of pitching that the Twins had all year long, but they didn't have one win to show for it because the lineup really struggled. 1 down, and now Miguel Sano. You're going to look back at that first week and a half. The games were 3-1, 4-2, 3-0. Sano with a pop-up to second base his first time up, and he's just tied the game. A rocket to left. Ball might have still been climbing as it got into the second deck.
Well, we saw it last year, 25 home runs. When this guy connects solidly, he can hit a line drive, he can hit it a long way. Tapping that right arm right there, the power that this young man can generate is incredible.
There was some doubt about Moustakas' and how long it would carry. There was no doubt about this. 1 apiece, and now Jason Castro. Castro with a single to left field, his first time up, a 2-out single. Was stranded at second base. Side, ball 1. Breaking ball missing, and it is 2-0. Fifth pitch of the game for Danny Duffy. Castro takes inside, 3-0 with Polanco on deck. Castro takes a strike. Castro takes a walk.
A second walk for Duffy.
Nice to see the Twins answer the Kansas City run in the top of the inning with some instant offense at the bottom.
Well, you know what? In his first at bat, he was 3-1 and just got underneath the pitch and flew out to right field. But this one right there, no doubt.
Polanco drew a walk. Into the second deck easily. Polanco, known as a guy who's going to pile up a big number of walks, and Perez has to scoop one out of the dirt. Polanco last year 245 at bats, and he walked 17 times.
But again, Dick, you're talking about a youngster trying to establish himself. Sometimes, you know, once you get established, like we were talking about LaTroy and Torrey, you start to see the ball a little bit better because you're not jumping all over the place.
Fouled away. One thing that I was encouraged about, the guy hit 282, and everywhere he's played in the minor leagues, he's proven that he can hit. But the strikeouts weren't, you know, out of hand. You know, it's like one strikeout every 6 at bats this day, or these days, when you've got a young player who can come up and not strike out every 3rd or 4th at bat. Something to work with there for James Rowson, the new pitcher or hitting coach. And another one looped foul over the Twins dugout.
Even that swing right there, he waited back nicely and went after it like he was going to line it into right field. He just got underneath it. There's James Rowson, the new hitting coach for Paul Molitor.
Previous big league hitting coach experience with the Chicago Cubs. 1-2 to Polanco. Last year hit over 300 against lefties. Checked his swing.
Good take right there.
Well, you do that. Check your swing and take a close pitch like that, but it's 2-2. Pop-up chased by Hosmer in foul ground. And the Gold Glove winner makes the catch, 2 away. That'll bring up Kepler. Kepler struck out his first time up, stranding a couple of runners in the process. Twins had a good spring training, 17 wins, 33 games, 13 losses, 3 ties. Of course, it doesn't matter until the games start for real, and they are starting for real today. The Twins and the Royals. Strike on the outside corner. I mentioned it's just the 4th time these 2 teams have played a season opener together. The Twins played the Royals in their very first game back in 1969 as an expansion team. Royals won in a walk-off fashion to start the 1969 season. Twins went on to win the division handily. And Billy Martin's lone season as Twins manager. 1-1.
Still remember that old ballpark they had in Kansas City. It was kind of right in the middle of really nowhere, but then they built Kauffman Stadium in 1973 was their first year. Beautiful complex.
Check the swing, 2-1.
Arrowhead Stadium right next to it.
Well, they played, the Royals started playing, correct me if I'm wrong, where the Athletics used to play in Kansas City, right? They call it like Old Municipal Stadium. 2-1 to Kepler. Foul back.
Yeah, there was kind of like a vacant lot over the left field fence, and one time when they had Lou Piniella, he was so upset at himself that after striking out, he walked out to left field and drop kicked his glove over the fence into the vacant lot, and time had to be called until they went in and got Lou another glove. He was fun to compete against. Great hitter for the Royals.
Popped up center field. Kane waiting for it. Miguel Sano with a home run to tie it, and the prescient Brian Dozier knew it was going to happen eventually.
Everything speeds up, slow down. In the box, base ground ball, a good opportunity to make sure you slow everything down. Everything. Slow, slow, slow. Hey. See you, Duffy. El mismo a tercera o uno. El mismo, still 1 point. Huh?
Going to the 5th inning, tied at 1, Brandon Moss in the box facing Irvin Santana. Santana got him to bounce into a double play his first time up. A little cat and mouse game going on here. Now Santana's ready. Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven joined by yet another new member of the Twins broadcast team and the Twins front office. Torrey Hunter with us here.
How you guys doing?
Everything's going good, man.
You're looking good.
Well, thank you, thank you.
You clean up well, Dick.
You say that with some surprise in your voice.
Yeah, a little surprise.
Foul back. Hey, your thoughts about the new regime here with the Twins? Derek Falvey was here a couple innings ago, Thad Levine, and what you've noticed about these men. I know you own an awful lot to Terry Ryan, but what they brought to this organization.
You know, just I've been around Terry Ryan for so long, and I kind of know his ways and different things like that. And you get a guy like that and Derek, they come over and you think it'll be different. But these guys are awesome, man. They you know, very much a baseball guys. They've been around a lot of players and got a lot of information and just been around the game pretty much their whole lives. And so when you have a conversation with those guys, it's not lost.
You know what it seems like, Torrey, and then they've included you, LaTroy, Michael Kadire. I know they had me in spring training for the first time. They're trying to, I think, get guys that have been around the game to share their knowledge.
Yeah, that's what pretty much what they want to do, and they brought us in to kind of be in the clubhouse and go down to the minor league side, and we're going to travel this during the season to go see some of the minor league players and kind of talk to them and give them the mental side.
Wow. Only Byron Buxton could fall down and get himself up to make that catch.
I think he slipped a little bit, didn't get the best to jump, but then his speed took over. Torrey, you got to love watching this kid play.
This play right here is one of my favorite players.
Watch his reaction. He kind of went back, slipped.
That's a good recovery. That's a great.
When he made that other diving catch, we said that when you get a chance to revisit it with him, you'll say, "Hey, those are easy. I had to make those catches on artificial turf."
Yeah, I had my buttons got melted when I had to dive for plays like this, and my skin would burn off. And he's blessed to be in some grass.
Hey, what have you seen from Byron with 2 down here? We're going to ask the question and hope to get the answer. But how have you seen him, a change in him this year from what you saw in the past?
Man, just watching him in spring training, putting in the work in the batting cage, and the way he kind of interacts with his teammates, and he's kind of like, he has a little confidence about him. He has a little more fire, about him. His work ethic is second to none. I mean, he's one of the best guys on the team as far as working hard. But I definitely see some confidence in him, and he's changed his mindset, and he's been, trusting the process of at the plate and working on balls and trying to drive them the right center.
Does he remind you of you a little bit, Torrey, because it took you a while too?
I mean, I think it took a lot of people. It's going to take you a while in baseball.
Right.
You get here, it's that awe factor. You playing against some of the best players in the game.
You stay for another half?
Yes, I'll stay.
Byron Buxton has stolen the show in center field with 2 diving catches, and we've only played 4.5 innings.
Wow.
Apiece going to the bottom of the 5th inning. Time now for our Pepsi fan of the game. And I'm not sure which of those 4 people, the guy talking into the phone, presumably. All right.
We're live.
Hey, watch that.
Here's Eddie Rosario to lead off the bottom of the 5th. It's been a game highlighted by tremendous defense. Brian Dozier with a great play on a bunt. Byron Buxton with a couple of sensational plays in center field already. Rosario singled his first time up.
I tell you what, Torrey, I like this kid right here, Rosario. He has really cover all the plate. I've seen him pull the ball, but then he'll look ugly on some swings and then just a little flare in the left field.
Oh yeah, he reminds me of Vladimir Guerrero. Of course, Vladimir hit everything, but he swings at everything. He's always ready to hit. And Vladimir, you threw the ball down the middle, he popped it up. But if you threw anything in the dirt, over his head, at his neck, he got a base hit up.
Tony Oliva too in Twins history. My goodness.
Yeah. Eddie, man, in the WBC, you saw the fire in his eyes, right? I mean, he had some kind of fire in his eyes, man, and I think he's kind of carrying it over into the season. And he told me that he was going to do that in Yadier.
That Puerto Rican team had a lot of spirit. That was fun to watch.
Man.
Not against us. They beat us in extra innings, and Rosario hit the sacrifice fly to score the winning run.
Yeah, I saw that.
So when I got to throw batting practice to him in spring training, first one behind his head.
Just to remind him, hey, no, I didn't like what you did.
I didn't like what you did. No, he's a great kid.
Yeah, he's good. He's growing up, man. He's maturing, and I definitely think he's definitely going to be a bright spot in the future.
Swing and a miss. Rosario strikes out, one down here.
And then he strikes out.
Yeah, strikeout number 5 for Danny Duffy.
You'll learn very quickly here that there's nothing you can say up here that will have any impact on how the game is played.
Baseball's tough, man. It's tough.
It is. That's a nasty pitch right there. Good hard breaking ball down, and Rosario. You know, a lot of these kids are going to strike out. He's going to strike out.
The best information I've ever gotten, it was Joe Carter, and he said, "Don't worry about strikeouts. Babe Ruth struck out 1,500 times." I was like, "Oh, okay." I never even thought about that. So
look at the all-time strikeout leaders. I think Reggie Jackson, Willie Stargell up there.
Yeah.
Hey, Mickey Mantle struck out a lot. You know, when you hit home runs, that comes with strikeouts.
Dozier takes a strike, then takes a ball, 1-1. Dozier with a number back to the mound and a fly ball to right field. 0-for-2 on the day. Twins with 3 hits, Royals with 2, each team with a home run. Dick Bramer, Bert Blandovan, joined by Twins Hall of Famer Torrey Hunter. Will be mixed into the broadcast crew this year, doing what, a dozen games, I believe.
Yes, 12 games this year, and I get to work with you. Us guys, we're teammates now.
That's right.
April 21st, I'll be doing, I don't know, Detroit. I'm doing Detroit.
We're doing Detroit, yeah.
I think I know those guys pretty well.
You remember where the visiting clubhouse is there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Definitely. I go, get some scouting reports on these guys. Let's see.
3-1. Duffy's walked a couple of men, Polanco and Castro, and now he's in danger of walking Dozier with Grossman on deck.
Duffy doesn't throw as hard as he used to.
He's got a very good changeup, but that fastball, 93, 94.
Ball hit the center, but Kane's out there. And the edge of the track, out number 2.
Great miss. You can build off that.
I was going to ask you about that because Bert mentioned Sano had a 3-1 count his first at bat. Took a good swing, popped it up, and he just missed it. I mean, can you take something when you're the hitter and you just miss a pitch? Can you take something good out of that at bat, even though you made it out?
Oh yeah, I mean you don't really think about your mechanics or anything like that. You just baseball. You talking about a minute inch, just a small little inch that you missed the ball by, and I think Dozier, if he's going back to the dugout like, wow, I can build off that. It felt good, and so no, you saw what happened. He made the adjustment because it felt so good, and he hit home.
Yeah.
We just showed on the monitor the 4 first pitches by Duffy. They were all below the knee. And then all of a sudden he elevated that fastball up, and Brian hit it good. But when you're looking down, all of a sudden that's pitching. When you elevate that ball, change the eye level.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of pitchers, especially Duffy. Duffy used to throw the ball higher,
right.
and he hit you with a high fastball, then a slider down on your back leg. And I hadn't seen him really bring out that slider, but in the 5th inning, I remember in the past he always brought out his slider or slurve, and just give him a different look. So we'll see what happens here.
1-1 to Grossman with 2 down. And Grossman, always a patient hitter, both right-handed and left-handed. Seen a lot of pitches from Duffy.
I had a chance to work with him in the cage, man. He squares the ball up. He can hit.
He struck out twice against Duffy, but he's got a favorable count here, 2-1. 3-1.
Let me ask you, when you work with somebody, and I know when I was down there, I kind of went through the pitching coach, Alan, you go through James Wilson?
Yes, J-Rowe. We call him J-Rowe.
J-Rowe. You go through him and you both kind of put your thoughts together on how to improve a player.
Yeah, I mean, we try not to mess with guys' mechanics. We try to get in their heads and mess with their minds and, have them think 2 balls, no strikes, drive the ball through everybody, not over anything, drive it in the gaps, left center gap, put your mindset in drive the ball to right center or left center. Just try to talk to the guys about the mental approach of the game and not so much mechanically. You know, I think your mind is your mechanics. If the guy throws hard and he throws sinker balls in, I think your body kind of steps out and cheat because you know he throws hard.
That, the quintessential Robbie Grossman at bat. He had a couple of swings in, but in addition to hitting left-handers well, he draws an awful lot of walks, and he's aboard. Now that'll get Buxton to the plate. So as we go through Buxton's at bat here, I think people talked about the changes that they've seen at Buxton. What about mechanically as a hitter? Have you noticed anything?
Well, he's squared up now. I mean, he used to be pretty much open a lot. Now he's squared up the middle, so he doesn't lose his bat head as often. You know, he keeps his bat head, and keeping his bat head, I mean by squaring the ball up and covering left center to right center. And he's been doing that a lot more. And trusting that he can drive the ball to right center and not try to pull everything.
All right, let me ask you about that left foot. As it's, planting, he kind of lifts that up a little bit. Is that a timing mechanism for a hitter?
The leg kick?
The leg kick, a little bit of a leg kick right here. Right there, not much movement.
Well, he's short. He
shortened that up because last year he almost where you could see ground underneath it. But here you see more of a tap.
He might feel like he's a little late because I hadn't seen him put his foot down that early.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen this, so he's trying to make the adjustment in the game. Duffy might be rushing a fastball on him a little more.
Showed him a lot of changeups in his first couple at bats.
And I saw fastballs earlier. He just missed a fastball. He turned on one.
Right.
But he has been throwing him a steady diet of changeups.
Right.
But I hadn't seen him. He's preset. He got the foot down pretty early.
2 strikes to Buxton.
You're watching, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
There
it is.
There it is.
Why did he change? What?
That's a good swing, though. It was a good off-speed.
It was a good swing. Good swing. That's 2 different swings. We hadn't worked on that.
Thanks a lot, my friend. Good to have you back.
All right, there you go.
Toyota sponsors some highlights here so far. Byron Buxton with one great catch after another.
Well, it's going to be a fun summer watching these outfielders and their range.
Santana now pitching to the Royals in the 6th, starting with Raul Mondesi, who laid down a pretty good bunt, but Brian Dozier was a little bit better than the bunt was, flipping the ball from his glove to Joe Mauer. 1-0. Now fouled off of Castro. More home plate umpire Jerry Davis, I guess, at the front of that. The offseason's long. If you love baseball, you can't wait for this day. But if you're an umpire, it probably takes all of off season for your body to heal.
Yeah, they take a beating from time to time. Jerry Davis has been doing a long time. The crew chief here. And you saw Castro kind of run that ball out to Santana to make sure that Mr. Davis is okay behind the plate.
1-1. Half swing, but he went.
Oh, the pitch count outstanding for Ervin Santana. He came into this inning with only 60 pitches the first 5 innings. Right now, strike to ball ratio not where I think he would like to be, but still the pitch count very good. He's given up only 2 hits, and one of them left the ballpark.
Pitch in the dirt, 2-2. It was a lost year for the Twins last year, but don't blame Santana. This stat is in part because the game has changed, but it also speaks volumes about how poor the Twins starting staff was last year. 2-2 to Mondesi. Tapper right side.
Another good pitch inside.
1 down. And that'll bring up Alex Gordon and get us to Marnie Yellner.
I see her.
I see you guys. We're right in front of Dick and Bert in the Minnesota Lottery Winner's Circle for the first time this season with $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets for Brian here, who is celebrating the big 5-0. Brian, why did you want to celebrate your 50th birthday here at the ballpark with the Twins?
I've been a Twins fan since I was probably 6 years old, and I'm fortunate enough to have a friend who has tickets in the Legends Club back here by Dick and Bert, who I just got hit by a grape with, and there's no place I'd rather be. So,
I mean, how are you concentrating on the game with this heckling and the grape throwing that is going on behind you?
Well, fortunately, he was nice enough to sign my sign before the game. I ran into him and both Tony Oliva, and they both signed it. But I've sat here a few times in the past, so I'm used to getting the grape treatment.
It's really a sign of affection. Happy birthday, Brian, and 50 grapes to go along for the 50th birthday.
Hey, tell Brian that I'm bringing some rocks next time, okay?
Rocks next time.
That would not surprise me.
You're hereby circled, and thank you for being a Twins fan. Marnie, thank you. Santana changing speeds well, working inside, very good. Good on-speed pitch there.
Twins played 162 games last year. In only 30 games, did a starting pitcher so much as get 1 out in the 7th inning. Now that is stunning. Santana did it almost half those times. 14 times he got an out, at least 1 in the 7th inning or beyond. Gives you some measure as to how short the Twins were in starting pitching last year. Popped up right side. Mauer will call for it and make a foul ball catch. 2 down. Only in Minnesota can you experience an award-winning and diverse landscape in each course you visit. Whichever course you choose, a new personality challenge awaits. Way too much water on that course for me. A handful of Minnesota's courses were designed by some of the nation's top golf architects, and the season runs, well, it says as long as 6 months out of the year. I bet you it was probably 8 months last year. Plan your next golf getaway at exploreminnesota.com. Share your adventures with hashtag #OnlyAnMN. And yeah, there was too much water on that course, but there were no alligators on the course. Something I appreciate.
Well, you're not supposed to feed the alligators, Dick.
Not supposed to hit the ball in the water either, but sometimes it happens. Tapper. Dozier skips to his right, plants and throws. A good 6th inning for Ervin Santana. Looks like he'll get some outs in the 7th today as well. in the field. Miguel Sano at the plate. The headliners so far will be Bauer, Sano, and Castro in the 6th. Very touching pregame ceremony as the Twins honored those who passed since the Twins last played a game in early October. Bauer with a foul fly to left and a fly to center. Foul back took a healthy cut there. But I want to ask you about the ceremony involving Rick Stelmasic, a longtime Twins coach. You were down there. A lot of former Twins were down there as they paid tribute to Rick, who's battling pancreatic cancer. But that had to be a special moment for you to be able to be on the field with Stelly again.
I think for everybody that was down there, you know, Stelly, what, 32 years in a Twins uniform, the longest tenure of anybody, and just a nice man. And you know, when Brian Donaldson got hold of everybody, I mean, A.J. Brzezinski flew in, you know, Ron Gardenhire was here, you know, left his duties at Arizona to come in. And we want to wish good luck to Gardy, too. He's having surgery on the 18th of this month. But Rich Stelmasic, of course, the big smile on his face. He's a character.
And you can see A.J. Jack Morris. Tom Kelly was there. I thought I saw Tom on the field.
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah. 2 strikes to Mauer, then Sano and Castro. Plate. You know, if you acknowledge that Kent Hrbek, Gary Gaetti were instrumental players in what turned into the first Twins World Championship, the seeds for their stardom began in Wisconsin Rapids, and Rick Stelmasic was their manager in Class A ball in the Midwest League. Mauer on an off-speed pitch, and Duffy's throwing that changeup in any count.
Well, that's why last year when he was put into that rotation in the middle of May, he pitched outstanding because of that changeup to go with a good fastball.
This was a fastball. We speak of it in the past tense.
Yeah, you almost saw Perez wanting that ball away, and it stayed middle in, and it didn't stay in very long because Sano, hitting his Twins' first home run, tied the game at 1 apiece.
Twins are hopeful that simply having Sano playing a position that he is familiar with again will help his offensive numbers. No way you can prove it or disprove it, but Twins felt that he kind of got off kilter last year trying to learn right field. It didn't take too long before he was moved back to the infield without having taken a ground ball at any point in spring training in the infield.
Sequence so far: a breaking ball for a strike, then a changeup away. Perez sitting outside now.
1-2.
Another changeup. Duffy 12-3 last year for the Royals, put into the rotation on May 15th. Had good numbers in his career against the Twins.
Popped up on another changeup into right field. Mondesi, Orlando, and it's Mondesi with the catch, 2 down. Yeah, it might be the last fastball for a strike that Sano sees from Duffy for a while. And now Castro.
Yeah, Duffy went through that Tommy John surgery back in 2012. Had some elbow issues last year. Excuse me, 2 years ago. And that's why they started him in the bullpen. And once he was put in that rotation again, he was lights out. 12-3, very good ERA overall.
Castro with a single and a walk. And he flips it foul over the Kansas City dugout. Tickles the outside corner. Castro had an all-star season back in 2013. It was by far his best year offensively when he hit .276, 18 home runs, 56 runs batted in. The numbers since then haven't been nearly as good, but his defensive game has benefited and gotten better. Up and away, 1 and 2.
Well, he did a good piece of hitting in his first at bat. I believe he jumped on the first pitch and lined it past Moustakas into that left field area. That's when Gordon made that nice play to hold him to a single.
On the way, 2 and 2. So we pitch number 100 for Duffy. Royals have some activity in their bullpen. Royals have a 12-man pitching staff. The Twins have a 13-man pitching staff. Castro takes a changeup for strike 3. A 1-2-3-6 for Duffy. On to the 7th, tied at 1. You're watching Twins baseball, presented by State Farm. Has become the top choice for families throughout Twins territory, celebrating all kinds of special occasions. You can schedule your special event in a fully catered Target Field suite available for groups of 16 to 150 or more. No matter what you choose, food and beverages included with every purchase. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS. Schedule your suite at Target Field.
One thing Ervin Santana is doing here this afternoon, exactly what he did in his last 18 starts last year. Since June 19th, only one time he allowed more than 3 runs in an outing. He had a 2.41 ERA. He was 6-4. Think about that, 6-4 with a 2.41 ERA. So not a lot of run support, and he has not had really any today.
Pitch count very good, but now he misses twice to Kane. Then it'll be Hosmer and Perez. Kane walked in the first inning. The only walk issued by Santana. He's given up 2 hits. A sharp single to left by Perez and the home run to right by Moustakas.
He does not have a strikeout yet. But right here, he needs Kane to put the ball in play. He walks him.
4-pitch walk. Kane takes his second walk of the ball game, and the leadoff man is on here in the 7th. The Royals got to the World Series in back-to-back years, winning it once. And there's a phone call being made to the bullpen. The Royals got to the World Series in back-to-back years because they owned the final 3 innings. They had a shutdown bullpen. That's not quite the case anymore, but they just did a great job winning so many close ball games like this one in the last 3 innings, and now they got a leadoff walk here to start the 7th. Hosmer with a fly to left and a foul out to Sano, and Santana's misfired with 5 straight. Never asked to pitch 7 innings, of course, in spring training. That's why the quick phone call down in the bullpen, or to the bullpen.
Well, Perez started the 2nd inning off with a base hit, then Moss hit into the double play. See if Hosmer takes a pitch here. See what they do. Get back in that strike zone.
And not close. Here comes Sano to talk to his pitcher. Taylor Rogers warming up.
Yeah, sometimes as a pitcher, when you fall into that not being able to get the ball over, you take a little stroll. That's where you have to trust that fastball down and away. So you know Hosmer's got the green light if it's hittable.
2-0. And there's a strike.
And went with a breaking ball. Fastball was missing. So he went with that little slider. Have a look at the pitch.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier. Half swing, 2-2.
Good pitch. So that's that 2-seam fastball that will run away to a left-handed hitter. I think the first 6 innings, one thing that I noticed about Santana, he's done a good job of working inside, and you see you get Hosmer to swing like that, he was completely fooled.
And up and away with a fastball again.
He's trying to overthrow a little bit.
See what they do with Kane. He can run a little bit, but again, the Twins feel like they're much better behind the plate with Jason Castro in running situations like this.
Yeah, I think Kane's going to try to steal or take off right here. A comfortable lead at first base.
Kane goes, swung on and missed, and Castro can't get the handle of the ball. So they got the strikeout, and Castro, in his eagerness to throw on a runner at second base, dropped the baseball.
Well, the first strikeout for Santana comes on a breaking ball on a 3-2 pitch. But Kane steals a base, his first, of course, of the year. Santana missing up mainly against Hosmer, inner half of the plate. And then the breaking ball down, got Hosmer to chase that slider.
Perez with a single and a pop-up to Sano. Breaking ball over. This is the first time that the Royals have had a runner in scoring position. The run coming on the Moustakas home run. There's been 2 other base runners. Kane and Perez. Down the left field line, but it'll hook foul. First error by a fan, and he got it back. Don't panic. Right in his glove, and the ball bounced and came right back to him.
Way to stay with it. Perez having to get a new bat.
That's probably one of those, when you take the baseball home, you want to show it off. People say, well, you know, is there any video of it? And you go, no, there's no video.
I caught a line drive. And I didn't have a glove. I caught it barehanded.
2 strikes to Salvador Perez. Time called at the plate. And Perez chases. And back-to-back strikeouts after the Kane walk. 2 down.
We saw the first 6 pitches of this inning kind of all over the place, but now Santana back into that groove. Good hard slider right there out of the strike zone that Perez chases. after and swings through it.
Now Paul Molitor to the mound with Moss, a left-handed batter up. This might be the end of the road for Santana. Might be the manager is asking Santana how he feels. Rogers is ready.
They got Orlando on deck. They're going to be very careful right here facing Moss in a 1-1 ball game.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Paul just wanted to maybe come out and say, hey, you know what? You got a lefty here. You got a righty on deck.
Got a base open. Moss bounced into a double play in the second, hit a ground ball to Mauer in the fifth.
Now the new rule is if they want to walk him intentionally, all the manager has to do is go forward.
Right, put up 4 fingers.
I particularly don't care for that rule. I don't know how you feel about it, but I kind of enjoyed, you know, having to throw to a catcher that's standing out with his hand out and then seeing if you could actually get it out there. I've seen balls being flown over the catcher's head.
1-0 to Moss. Pat Light, who pitched for the Twins last year.
Yeah, that's right. Airmailed one.
But in the American League, each team will get or issue an intentional walk about once every 2 weeks. So it's not the factor it might be in the National League with no designated hitter.
Well, I guess it speeds up the game, so we're okay.
1-1 to Moss. That'll be a discussion you and I will.
Yes, he went. Yep.
1 and 2.
Pat Holberg said he did. Good breaking ball inside.
Yep. One and 2 to Brandon Moss. Did he go? No. This time Pat Holberg says he did not go, and Santana reacting like he thought he was done with the 7th inning. Very close to another check swing strike.
That looks like another breaking ball. Good block by Castro, and right away the crew chief Jerry Davis asked his third base umpire, and he said no.
Now 2 and 2. Hook foul down the right field line.
Well, he's had a couple very good innings. You can see the 10 in the third, 12 in the first, only 8 in the fifth. Right now at 90. Very, very solid Ervin Santana.
Trying to pitch around the leadoff walk to Kane.
See if he goes. He's got a couple pitches he can go to. That slider, maybe a fastball in, but you have to get it in.
Got him with a breaking ball. 7 very strong innings for Ervin Santana, and we will go to the bottom of the 7th in a tie game, but we will have on opening day. God bless America. Smiles from Santana as he pitched brilliantly after the leadoff walk.
No strikeouts coming into the inning. Then he struck out the side.
With the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home.
We go now to Tom Hanneman and Tim Laudner out on the right field concourse for the Unlimited Baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile.
Dick, thanks. Quick game recap on opening day. It's been a pitcher's duel. Irvin Santana allowed 1 run, just 2 hits through 7. Danny Duffy, equally successful, 1 run, 3 hits for the Royals. An impressive start so far, and Miguel Sano showing his power early on. With Tim Laudner, I'm Tom Hanneman on a T-Mobile break takeover. The future of this ball club is focused on pitching, starting pitching, but what Byron Buxton and Miguel Sano do is going to be extremely important as well, and they both played well so far today.
They certainly have, Tom, and for Byron Buxton, it's almost a highlight reel right off the bat, right here on opening day. A couple of really nice diving catches coming in on the baseball, recording those outs for his pitcher, Irvin Santana. That gives Irvin Santana a lot of confidence to know that he can throw the ball over the plate, and he's got not only Byron Buxton, but Eddie Rosario and Max Kepler in the outfield. They're going to go get the baseball, and also for Miguel Sano, he's playing a very, very nice, solid, relaxed third base. And being relaxed over at third base, it wasn't that long ago. Last fall, we saw Miguel Sano at third base. Ball was eating him up a little bit, missing some pop-ups. So for Miguel Sano to play to the speed of the game, not behind it, not in front of it, but playing to the speed of the game, much, much better for Miguel Sano.
The big story in baseball today, and there are, well, a few of them at least. Noah Syndergaard against the Braves picks up the win. 7 Ks, 86 pitches, and 6 innings pitched. The Boston Red Sox, they've got more and more and more talent. 3-run homer today in a big game against Pittsburgh, and Jock Peterson, a grand slam, 5 RBI in that game for the Dodgers. Back to the booth to Dick and Bert.
All right, thank you, sir. Twins trying to take the lead, their first lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bottom third of the order, starting with Jorge Polanco against Matt Strahm. And a fastball for a strike.
Yeah, Strahm, a hard-throwing lefty. Good curveball and a changeup.
Strahm from Fargo. Kind of a breakout year last year. Very, very good. An ERA of 1.23, 22 innings, and only 13 hits. And Polanco flares one into center field, a leadoff single.
Well, he got jammed right there, but strong enough to get it through the infield. So the first hitter is on. And Polanco picks up his first hit of the year for the Twins, their 4th.
30 strikeouts in 22 innings last year, and this one got in on the handle of the bat.
Well, you see how quick he opened up right there and still able to get the barrel of the bat, even though it sounded like the bat broke, and a little flare into center field.
Back-to-back lefties, which explains why Ned Yost had Strahm warming up with Polanco a switch hitter, then Kepler and Rosario. Stockless in on the grass at third, squaring, pulling the bat back and taking ball 1. Major league debut till the end of July last year. Kepler puts it down. It is a foul ball. Perez picked it up over foul territory. No one got a better look at it than Jerry Davis.
Well, very, very close right here. You see Kepler, the ball looked like it hit off the plate and bounced straight up. And Perez did get it in foul territory. Good reaction by Perez. Sometimes the little things win or lose you a ball game. So Kepler showing bunt again. Can lay it down and maybe advance Polanco. They worked on it a lot in spring training on Tom Kelly Field. Machine throwing to the hitters, trying to bunt that ball.
Pulled the bat back and took ball 2. What we saw from Kepler and a lot of the other younger hitters who didn't bunt well at all last year. If there is such a thing, and of course there is a good pitch to hit, there's a good pitch to bunt. Now we've seen Kepler take a couple of pitches just off the plate that he deemed weren't good pitches to bunt.
You'd like to bunt it toward first base if you can, only because you can see Moustakas, he's coming in about half the way. So he's looking for that bunt, maybe throw to second base, where Hosmer has to hold on the runner, Polanco.
It's a bunt and a good one.
Very nice.
Strom throws. He's out at first, and they may review it. Kepler busted it down the line, and it's going to be very close to a bunt single.
Yeah, Jeff Smith, the new first base coach right there, kind of pulled right. He watched it, and he said, pointed right at the dugout. Got to take a look at this. Strom barehanding it, but Kepler, my goodness, the hustle down that line. It sure looked like he was safe right there.
I think the Twins will challenge it. They need to make up their minds quicker now. From this angle, it looked like Kepler's left foot hit the bag before the ball reached the back of Hosmer's glove.
And they're going to take a look at it. What is it, 30 seconds now? Yep. A manager has to decide whether they want to challenge or not.
Kepler's foot is on the bag, and the ball still a foot away from Hosmer's glove. So again, a nice bunt, but again, he waited until he got a pitch that he could, put a good bunt down on. Instead of bunting 2 pitches off the plate, he got a better pitch to bunt, and I think we'll end up with a bunt single.
Well, it's a hustle out of that box, too. Strom went over, made the perfect play. I mean, he went over there, barehanded it. But Kepler just hustling down that line. This didn't take too long.
Safe. Bunt single.
Very nice.
And now what do you do with Rosario?
Well, Gene Glenn looking in the dugout, looking at Paul Molitor. He'll go through a set of signs. Conference at the mound. Good job by Jeff Smith. He was right there, and he pointed right away at the dugout. You want to look at this.
Long-time Twins minor league manager getting called up to replace Butch Davis as the first base coach. Some speed on the bases too. Both Polanco and Kepler run well.
You would think another bunt right here.
Both corner infielders pinching already, and Rosario lays it down to third base, and Moustakas looks to an empty third base. There may have been some miscommunication there between Moustakas and Escobar, because Moustakas turned as if he thought Escobar on the wheel play would be able to defend third base.
Hey, one thing we saw last year, the Twins had a tough time laying down sacrifice bunts, and here in game 1, you've got Kepler, who bunted nicely and then ended up getting a base hit right there. Only one play, and that's to play at first. So good bunt by Rosario.
We just saw our first automatic intentional walk. Ned Yost holding up 4 fingers, so Dozier will be walked, and Robbie Grossman will come to the plate. So an intentional walk without the 4 throws from the mound. Grossman comes up with the bases loaded and 1 out. And we'll all have to take a breath because the game has been sped up so significantly here with the automatic intentional walk. Grossman thankfully steps out of the box to allow us to catch our breath. Up and away, ball 1. Now Strom in a real pickle here right now, and all he did was give up a broken bat hit to the leadoff man. Kepler dropped down a good bunch, so too did Rosario. Now inside 2-0. Young man gave up 3 earned runs all last year in 22 innings.
He's got a chance to give up that many this inning.
Grossman. The 2-0 count. 3-0. 11 walks in his 22 major league innings last year. Grossman will be taking here. ball 4. And the bases remain loaded now for Buxton.
And Ned Yost coming out. So Grossman credited with an RBI as Polanco scores the go-ahead run right now.
Twins have their first lead. We'll see if they can expand on it when we come back. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by State Farm. Combine home and auto and see how much you can save. Kids Opening Day, Sunday, April 23rd. The Twins taking on the Tigers. Kids can enter the Kids Opening Day contest through this Sunday, April 9th for a chance to participate in special pregame honorary activities. The first 5,000 kids 14 and under on April 23rd will receive a Twins customizable t-shirt. For more information, visit twinsbaseball.com/kids opening or the ballpark app using your mobile device.
My new pitcher for the Royals, Peter Moylan, coming into the ball game last year. Appeared in 50 games, 2-0, 3.43 ERA in 44 2/3 innings. Submarine pitcher, 38-year-old right-hander.
Here's Buxton with the bases loaded. Infield, in at the corners, in a few steps up the middle, and there's ball 1. Chop, foul. This is another example where Buxton's speed can really come into play. The Royals would love to get a double play coming home for the first out probably, but there's no guarantee. In fact, it's almost unlikely that Buxton would be doubled up on the back end of wherever they go. 1-1.
Buxton looking to get this ball in the air somewhere.
Taken outside, 2-1.
Moylan originally signed by the Twins back in 1996. Was released by the Twins, went back to Australia. Re-emerged in 2006 when he signed with the Braves.
Pulled foul, 2-2. Buxton struck out a couple of times already here this afternoon, and to your point, this is where he wants to make contact, get another run in at least.
Hey, he's got that submarine type of delivery Moylan does that sinks down and in, but he also has that slider that will keep running away from a right-handed hitter.
And very likely will start at Buxton's hip. Popped up, back, and out of play. Buxton made contact, but not solid contact at all.
Yeah, ball kind of hung a little bit inside, and Buxton fouled it back. Perez behind the plate's going to move late.
Breaking ball got him. 2 down. That'll bring Ned Yost out. Moylan asked to get Buxton. He got him without the ball being put in play, and Mauer will come up with the bases loaded and 2 out. The left-hander coming in. The Twins lead it 2-1, and a great chance for Mauer to break the game open. Twins with a broken bat hit, a bunt single, and a couple of walks. So far, just 1 run on the board. On your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take Fox Sports North and Twins baseball with you wherever you go. Aaron Buxton with a couple of great plays in the outfield, but his 3rd strikeout comes with the bases loaded in the 7th.
Yeah, that sweeping breaking ball, and Buxton, you can see Perez wanted that ball away, and it just, that's tough. You know, a lot of hitters they don't see guys that are from underneath like that. Here's Travis Wood. Travis Wood, those numbers last year with the Chicago Cubs, a big part of the reason and another reason they won the World Series last year. He had an outstanding year. 77 relief appearances, 47 strikeouts in 61 innings.
National League and American League teams too hit just 199 against him. The Twins are looking for a big hit here from Mauer. Ball 1. Mauer with a foul out to left, a fly to center, and a strikeout. Joe, when he was winning batting championships, it made no difference, righty lefty. It's starting to make a little more difference here as he's getting deeper into his career. 1-0. Fastball down the middle.
That Wood, not an overpowering fastball, but he'll throw that fastball 50-60% of the time. Very good changeup along with the slider and a curveball. Once a starter for the Cubs, the last couple of years put into the bullpen.
One and 1. 2-1. A go-ahead run here in the 7th inning. Coming on a bases-loaded walk to Robbie Grossman. Sano on deck and no place to put Mauer.
Well, again, you know, you're making your debut as a Kansas City Royal, maybe a little too pumped up. Wood falls behind 3-1. Of course, Joe, very good eye at the plate.
the second bases-loaded walk of the inning.
Well, if they're going to give them to you, you take them. Joe Mauer picking up an RBI as Kepler scores the second run of the inning.
And Yost letting it ride with Wood here, even though Sano, powerful right-handed batter, at the plate. Runs charged to Strom. He's still responsible for the runners at second and third. Ball one. Sano with two pop-ups to Mondesi in short right field and a long home run to left. Rolled down the line, just foul.
And I think that broke the bat of Sano. He'll be getting a new piece of lumber. Looked like the changeup right there. Sano way out front. Wood signing a 2-year contract as a free agent by Kansas City over the winter. Kind of late, February 13th he signed.
One and one. 2 and 1.
They're not going to make a mistake middle in, so Sano's got to look, I think, away and drive it. A lot of room out in right center.
3 and 1. We talked about it earlier. Used to be Herrera, Wade Davis, Greg Holland. The Royals owned the last 3 innings. Holland is gone. Now Davis is gone to the Cubs. Herrera's left, but they can't get to him here, and this 7th and 8th inning spot might be a soft spot. Ball 4.
How about that?
3 bases loaded walks.
And Sano credited with his second RBI.
9th man to bat will be Castro. 4 of the batters this inning have walked, 1 intentionally.
Well, Wood for the second straight batter having a tough time getting that ball over the plate. Breaking ball missing. That's the changeup right there that Sano hit foul. And then it's almost like a screwball that missed outside. And then an off-speed pitch down, and then he went back in and missed with a slider. So the Twins taking advantage of the wildness of the Royals bullpen.
Sano still shaking their right hand from the one swing he made. A broken bat single, a bunt single on review, and then Dozier, Grossman, Mauer, and Sano have all walked. Here's Castro. Ball 1. Grossman scores. Mauer scores. Sano to third base. And Castro's driven in a pair here in the 7th.
Almost like his first hit in the second inning. Castro taking a pitch the other way, just over the leaping Moustakas into left field. And the Twins open it up with a big 5 spot here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
That hit may have broken Castro's bat, much like Polanco's did to start this inning.
Good at bat right there by Castro. And Mauer scoring the second run. And the 5th run of the inning.
Here's Polanco. One off the trademark, just out of the reach of Escobar for a leadoff single against Matt Strahm. The Royals got 6 great innings from Danny Duffy, but the 7th inning's been a disaster. Ground ball, base hit, right field. Soto scores, and it's a 6-run 7th.
Jorge Polanco, who started this inning off getting jammed and getting a little flare in the center field, gets his 2nd hit of the inning, picking up his first RBI.
Staring at a gaping hole on the right side of the infield, and it looks like he directed the ball right where he wanted to. Might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the Twins have scored 6 times on the Kansas City bullpen. That might equal the number of runs they scored against the Royals bullpen the last 3 years. Kepler out in front, 0-2.
Well, good time to do it. Opening day, 2017. And Strahm, who you said gave up a total of 3 runs, he's charged with 4.
And in his role, the ERA is going to be bloated for quite some time because of what happened here today. In the dirt, Kepler takes. And that's been the theme of this inning, hasn't it? I mean, taking pitches. And we saw so many times the Twins hitters last year over-eager and swinging at pitchers' pitches. One and 2 to Kepler.
Well, Wood just having a tough time. You can see him kind of swing at that ball as Perez threw it back to him. He's not happy, and he should not be.
Swing and a miss. Kepler strikes out to end the inning.
What a great inning.
Twins got a few hits, 4 singles. They took 4 walks and scored 6 runs.
Sports Update. Baseball season is officially back, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer for more action from Target Field. Game 2 between the Twins and Royals is Wednesday afternoon, so join us right here on Fox Sports North for Twins Live starting at 11:30. Enjoy the rest of the game. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Jason Castro's had quite a Twins debut. A walk, a couple of hits, and caught a good game behind the plate. Twins hand the game over to their bullpen, and it's the newest Twins. Matt Belisle didn't sign with the Twins until early February.
Yeah, Yeah, Matt Belisle, 36 years old. Those are his numbers last year when he was a member of the Washington Nationals. He's a veteran. He's been around the block. Cincinnati Reds, Colorado Rockies, St. Louis Cardinals, and then last year the Nationals.
We were up here when LaTroy Hawkins was up here talking about Belisle. Half swing, did he go? Nope, 1-1. And Hawkins talked complimentary about Belisle and how this trio of Twins veterans who've been brought back to the organization in essence collectively recommended Belisle. And you look at Belisle's career and you can see a little bit of LaTroy Hawkins' career. Hawkins pitched his best. There's a soft line drive to Dozier. Pitched his best and deep, you know, in terms of 22 years toward the end of his career. And that's kind of what Belisle has done.
Yeah, one thing Matt does, he keeps himself in great shape. He's a student of the game. You know, he's a guy that has pitched a lot of major league games. This is his 599th appearance. He has 44 starts, but mainly out of that bullpen as a setup guy. He has 5 career saves. This has always been his role, 7th, 8th inning. Get to the closer.
On the way, ball 1. Asking people what they knew about Belisle. Had a chance to talk to Matt a little bit too, but asking others to describe him. One phrase kept coming up. He knows how to get people out. That's not, I mean, it's the ultimate compliment for a pitcher, but it's very infrequently phrased that way. Here's a guy who seems to know what he's doing out there.
The best part, look at the socks. Look at the stirrups. I like that. I guess their socks are not stirrups anymore.
No. 2-1 now to Escobar.
But you know, when we came up in when I did, 1970, you had to show the TC. That was a must. Calvin Griffith, you had to show the TC, and there it is. Twin Cities.
Now taken low, 3-1. Mondesi on deck. Foul. Escobar, a very aggressive hitter, doesn't walk very often, and Belisle may have gotten away with what would have been ball 4. Escobar last year 637 at bats, 27 walks. And he struck him out, 2 down.
Good fastball away.
Well, let's get to know a little bit about Matt Belisle and his description of his game.
Relatively quick worker, strike thrower that just fills up the zone. I like to stay aggressive. I very much like to throttle down on the hitter and just keep pumping strikes. Throw balls when I have to, but I use a repertoire, but my fastball is where it begins and ends. I'm not going to light up the gun and blow anybody away, but I'm just going to pitch. I'm going to change speeds, but really just try to be on the attack.
Well, 90-mile-an-hour fastball right there, Matt, then hit the outer half of the plate. So good way to get ahead. Strike 1 with the fastball. Scoreboard dictating that.
His first inning as a Twin couldn't be any better. A strikeout, kept the ball in the infield, and a 1-2-3 orderly 8th inning.
After 7 fantastic innings out of the Twins starter, Ervin Santana. Wonderful job out there. It looked like you felt great. How did you feel?
More than great. Even better.
Even better. Did that surprise you?
No, because we have a positive mentality, and we just go up there and just trying to do my job, just trying to put zero on the board every time and just give our team a chance to win.
You had no strikeouts until the 7th inning. Then you had 3 strikeouts. Did you do anything different or get hitters to do anything different at that point?
Just trying to minimize the damage and just keep the ball down for the most part and trying to make less pitch between innings. So
it worked. Congratulations. Great start today.
Thank you.
Dick and Bert.
Yeah, thank you, Marnie. Great job by Santana. Like Marnie said, no strikeouts. Going into the 7th inning, he walked Kane on 4 pitches, then threw the next 2 out of the strike zone, and all of a sudden he found it again. That was nice. Nice adjustment.
Well, and then remember that moment of truth on the mound. Paul Molitor came out before the Moss at bat, and Taylor Rogers was warmed up, and you can imagine the discussion was, hey, you feeling okay? Remember, the score was 1-1 at the time, and the option was there certainly to replace Santana. They hung with the veteran, and the veteran rewarded him off the end of the bat. Escobar picks and fires one away. On FS1, baseball's back, and the New York Yankees are looking to recapture the pinstripe pride with last year's hottest rookie Gary Sanchez as they take on Evan Longoria and the Tampa Bay Rays. Miss the action Wednesday at 5 Central on FS1.
Yeah, Tanaka did not have a very good game 1, where the Rays ended up beating the Yankees 7-3. Tanaka gave up 7 runs in 3 innings.
And was always in his prior years with the Yankees really tough in the first inning, and he gave up a good number in the first. Dozier, the batter, was intentionally walked his last time up. Foul back. The Twins play 2 more here against the Royals, not tomorrow, but Wednesday and Thursday, and then they go to Chicago. The White Sox opener was rained out against the Tigers today, so they'll try to make that game up tomorrow already. Up and away. And we're very grateful for the fact that the weather has been reasonably stable here. I think I saw some light rain a couple innings ago. But we're still playing. Back to the mound. Off the hand of Wood. Dozier will get an infield hit. And we'll make sure that Wood is okay.
Well, Ned Yost, the trainer, is coming out too, along with Ned Yost, but the 3rd lefty that the Twins have seen here. I think Wood's saying, I'm okay. Let's take a look where this ball hit him. Hard to tell from there, but more look like the wrist area, forearm area.
He's smiling, so I think he's fine.
Mike Meyer making his Kansas City debut. Signed over the winter last year. Went through the shoulder surgery, missed most of last year.
And Miner will make a couple of warm-up tosses. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. The Royals come into this 2017 season with 3 lefties and 5 right-handed relievers. One of them is a #5 starter who will be pitching out of the bullpen for a while, and the Twins have seen all 3 lefties now. There's Robbie Grossman. Grossman took a bases-loaded walk, the first of 3 bases-loaded walks that the Twins took in the 7th inning. Grossman again puts himself in a favorable count. A save situation, obviously, but an opportunity for Kinchler to pin a win down here in the 9th inning, it looks like. And Grossman swings away, fouls it to the screen.
Meyer has major league experience with the Atlanta Braves from 2010 to 2014, then missed all of 2015 with that shoulder surgery. Last year again rehabbing in the minor leagues for the Royals. Making his major league debut as a Kansas City Royal.
Fastball that covers the inside corner, 2-2. Soria and Nate Carnes, the 5th starter, pitching out of the bullpen in this series.
The changeup right there gets Minor a strikeout.
2 down. Dozier at first, and now Buxton. Buxton with a fly ball to center, 3 swinging strikeouts. Potentially critical strikeout in the 7th inning his last time up.
We'll take a look at this off-speed pitch right here. 87.
Up a mile in the air as Salvador Perez at foul ground after a long wait. Ends the bottom of the 8th. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm. Casino story of the game, and Byron Buxton showing off some Gold Glove leather in center.
Well, I tell you what, as a pitcher, when you have someone like that in the outfield, Buxton, and you look at Rosario and Kepler, we're going to see a lot of good things happen. And Sano tied the game at 1 apiece with a home run. That coming in the 4th inning. We had a pitcher's duel up until the bullpen came in for the Kansas City Royals and kind of walked the ballpark. 6 runs scored by the Twins in the bottom of the 7th inning.
It's been a long time since the Twins have benefited from a Kansas City Royal bullpen implosion, but that's exactly what's happened here this afternoon. And so Alex Gordon at the top of the Kansas City lineup will face Brandon Kintzler.
Yeah, Kintzler had a very good year last year, became the closer, saved 17 ball games for the Twins. Very good 3.15 ERA and 54 relief appearances. A guy that relies on a good sinking fastball, slider, and a changeup. Straight over the top, Brandon Kintzler.
Twins trying to end an 8-game season opening losing streak. The last time the Twins won their season opener, they were still playing at the Metrodome, and they beat the Angels indoors. One and one from Kintzler to Gordon. On the ground, Sano picks it up, kind of knocked it down, going to his left. Gordon will start the inning with an infield hit.
Yeah, they had to shift on right there, but Sano just kind of bobbled that ball. Pitching and defense, that's what wins ball games. A double play right there, and that happening in the second inning behind Santana. And then Brian Dozier, a little flip over to Maurer, getting the speedy Mondesi at first base. And we showed you a couple great catches by Byron Buxton out in center field.
State Farm combination helping to keep this a pitcher's duel through 6 innings. Here's Mike Moustakas. Takes low, ball one. Moustakas' home run leading off the 4th inning, the only Kansas City run so far.
Yeah, they credit Gordon with an infield base hit. That was just out of the reach of Sano, and I think if he had to do it over again, he probably would have been able to barehand that ball, but just couldn't get a grip on that baseball.
Now 2-0. Brilliant outing by Irvin Santana, 7 innings and just 2 hits allowed. Kintzler trying to finish off a Twins win. And a strike call. Kintzler, as you see, 94 miles per hour. There's velocity there, but everything he throws sinks. He is a pitch to contact closer.
We'll see if he can get a ground ball right here. Castro sitting away.
Hopped up here and spin back into the seats.
Yeah, I watched him throw in the bullpen, and he's straight over the top and not too many pitches above the belt. When he is on, everything is moving down.
In terms of his stuff and the way he gets outs, remember Jim Johnson, who was a really good closer for the Orioles for a couple of years. Same type of game plan. Go ahead, hit the ball, beat it into the ground, and more often than not, I'll come out ahead.
Johnson once saved 50 games one year, did he not?
2-2. Just missed, now 3-2. The hope is that, of course, nothing snowballs here, and Kintzler usually pretty good about throwing strikes. Down 6 runs, the Royals not likely to send Gordon here.
Kintzler last year only 8 walks and 54 in the 3rd innings pitched. 35 strikeouts.
On the ground. Dozier to Polanco. Double play.
Well, there was that good movement down in the strike zone. Almost Moustakas could do. Looked like it was off the end of the bat, but Twins turned their second double play. The first one went 6-4-3. This one 4-6-3.
And just like that, base is empty, 2 down, and now Lorenzo Cain.
Great crowd here for opening day.
Just under 40,000, a sellout. On the corner, strike one.
$39,615 to be exact.
It's almost 40,000.
Almost. It's real close.
2 strikes.
I like to be exact.
I know you do. You write down the attendance in your scorebook every day.
Yes, I do.
0-2 to Lorenzo Cain.
And I hope I'm writing 30 plus every day at home.
By Castro, 1-2.
There was a slider right there, missed down and away. Keita Kinsler's that left shoulder. Keep that left shoulder in. And balance yourself over that pitching rubber.
Chop foul off a foot.
You know, it's got to be late movement, too, because that looked like that pitch was right there. And then even Kane, a very good hitter, beat that ball into the ground. It looked like it was going to be belt high. And just that little late movement created that swing that created a ground ball. There, a foul ball. See the two-seam grip he has.
Missing 2-2. Well, what a standard baseball bat is, what, 3.5 inches wide? If you can get the ball just to move an inch, you're taking it off the center of the bat and putting it on the bottom of the barrel.
I learned that after I retired. Yeah.
Would have been nice to have that information earlier, wouldn't it? 2-2. Tapper to short. Polanco charges. Well, that wasn't so hard, was it?
Nice win.
The Twins win the season opener for the first time in 9 years.
Well, we saw what we were talking about, and I was talking about earlier in the game in the Open. Pitching, and defense, and that's what the Twins showed here this afternoon. And then some wildness by the Royal bullpen allowed the Twins to win their first game this year. Nice going, guys.
Twins have an off day tomorrow, and then game 2 will be Wednesday afternoon. It's a noon start. Right-hander Ian Kennedy going against Hector Santiago, starting his first full year with the Twins.
And game time was 2:47. Commissioner's going to be happy.
How many people were here again?
39,615.
Tom Hanneman, information we need to know.
Dick, Twins fans waited a long time for this day, and they aren't heading home disappointed. Coming up on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, we got the bases loaded with Tim Lawton, Roy Smalley, and Jack Morris to break down a beautiful day of baseball at Target Field.